Welcome back, weary hearts and wandering minds. I'm Lou, and now begins your moment of calm and wonder. Step closer, and let's dive together into this magical experience. As any legendary duel? And that Hogwarts only became Hogwarts because Helga held the castle and its secrets with the gentlest hands the wizarding world had ever known. Settle in. Breathe slowly. A spell to make the harvest last longer through a harsh winter. A charm to soothe a frightened child at night. A whispered enchantment over bread and cheese so that a simple meal felt like a feast. You feel the meaning of it more than the details. Magic, not as spectacle, but as care. Not as conquest, but as service. As if every flick of her wand said, "You belong. You are safe here." Your mentor's voice grows quieter and you lean in without moving. Many years later, when she came to help build Hogwarts, they say, the others brought towers, enchantments, and great halls. Helga brought something else. She brought a promise that no child who truly wished to learn would ever be turned away. You imagine the founders standing together for the first time. Godric with fire in his eyes, Rowena with stars in her thoughts, Salazar with his sharp, unreadable gaze, and Helga with that slow, warm smile that feels like coming in from the rain. People often forget, your mentor murmurs, that a castle is not held up only by stone and spells. It is held up by the hearts inside it. You feel those words settle in you. Like a key turning in a door you did not know was locked. You hear a faint clatter from far below. Kitchens, perhaps, where house elves move softly, preparing food for tomorrows and cauldrons, creating recipes that will be served for 1,000 years. Then, in a quiet corner of the castle, where she comforts a frightened student who believes they are not special enough to belong, you notice something. As you listen to her story, you are also listening to yourself, to all the times you felt that your gentleness was small, that your care didn't count as real power. And the story begins to answer that doubt, without scolding, without shouting, just by existing. Your mentor lets a soft silence stretch between you, the kind of silence that invites reflection, not discomfort. Tell me, they ask, how many lives do you think are changed by a single person who decides every day to be a safe place for others? You do not answer out loud. You simply let the question sink deeper. The candle burns lower, its light now a thin gold circle on the floor between you. You feel your shoulders dropping, your breath slowing, your mind growing quiet but alert, like a lake at twilight. Helga's magic, the voice says, was not meant to dazzle. It was meant to endure. You sense that this is only the beginning. You have seen her as a child of the valleys, a quiet force in the founding of the school, a guardian of kitchens and hearts. But there are still secrets hidden in the stone, in the songs, in the very way Hogwarts holds you when you are tired. Your mentor rises slowly, placing a gentle hand on your shoulder. Rest your thoughts for now, they murmur. Next time, we will walk with Helga through the early days of Hogwarts, and you will see how a woman of quiet conviction stood firm beside courage, brilliance, and ambition, without ever raising her voice. The corridor seems softer now, almost glowing. You feel as if the castle itself has wrapped a blanket of calm around you. You breathe in, you breathe out, and somewhere, in a painted frame far away, a round witch with bright eyes smiles, as if she has been waiting for you to hear her story at last. You settle into the same quiet corridor as before, already knowing where the cool stone will meet your back, where the candlelight will fall, where the castle's deep breathing will slowly match your own. Your mentor is waiting, as if they knew you would return tonight. Good, they say softly, as you sit beside them. You've come back. Helga's story is not one you hear in a single night. They light a fresh candle with a lazy flick of the wand. The flame blossoms, then steadies, casting a warm circle between you. Last time, they murmur, You walked with her through the valleys of Wales. Tonight, you will see what happens when a woman of quiet power steps into a world built on noise, pride, and spectacle. You feel yourself slipping again, out of the corridor, out of the present, into memory. The valley wind becomes something else. It sharpens, carrying the chill of northern air and the faint metallic taste of future storms. You see Helga, now grown, wrapped in a thick brown cloak with golden stitching at the hem. Her hair is pinned back, though a few soft strands escape, framing her round face. Her eyes are older, but if anything, kinder. She stands on a hilltop, just high enough to see far beyond the small world she once knew. At her side, a woman with dark hair and a mind like starlight, Rowena Ravenclaw. Her gaze is fixed on the horizon, where mist curls around distant shapes like secrets waiting to be spoken. They will come, Rowena says quietly. Children from every corner, some brilliant, some lost, some afraid of what they carry inside. Helga nods, listening more to the wind than to the words. What good is brilliance, she answers gently, if there is no place where it can be safe, no place where a child can be clumsy or slow or different and still be welcome? You feel the weight of that question settle in the air between them, like a stone dropped into deep water. Far below, another figure waits, a man with flame in his hair and fire in his heart, Godric Gryffindor. He is laughing, arguing with a builder, his hands drawing invisible lines for walls, towers, and battlements. His voice rises and falls like a battle song. Near him, another man watches with cool, measuring eyes. Salazar Slytherin. He says less, but when he speaks, people listen. He traces the outlines of dungeons, secret passages, hidden rooms. His magic hums like a snake coiled under stone. Helga watches them both with quiet interest. She is not intimidated. She has seen tempests before, the fury of winter storms over open fields, the way thunder shakes the sky but cannot uproot a single tree that knows where its roots lie. This will not be easy, Rowena murmurs. No, Helga agrees, a smile touching her lips. But most things worth doing rarely are. The image shifts. Now you are standing where the castle will one day stand. There is no Hogwarts yet, only scaffolding, stones, half-built walls, and floating beams held aloft by magic. Spells crackle in the air like distant lightning. Workers, witches, wizards, and simple laborers move back and forth, their voices forming a rough, living music. You feel dust on your skin, taste the grit of stone in your mouth, hear the thud of hammers and the mutter of incantations. Helga walks slowly through the chaos, her gaze moving not to the walls or towers, but to the people. A witch with tired eyes, whose hands tremble after too many levitation charms. A young man rubbing his shoulder after lifting more weight than he should. A squinting craftsman struggling with a cut on his palm. With each one, she pauses. A healing charm here, a conjured cloth there, a loaf of bread that appears warm in their hands. No one has asked her to do this, but no one tells her to stop. Why do you bother? Salazar asks one evening, his voice low and almost curious as he watches her mend a worker's torn boot. Helga looks up, not offended in the slightest. Because they are building our dream with their bodies, she replies. The least I can do is care for the hands that lift our walls. He considers her for a moment, eyes unreadable. You could save your strength for more significant magic. Helga's smile is small but steady. You and I simply disagree, she says, on what counts as significant. Somewhere inside you, that line lands and lingers. Days pass. The castle grows. You walk beside Helga through half-finished corridors, smelling fresh mortar and damp stone. You see Godric testing the future Great Hall for echo, hollering to an empty ceiling and laughing at the sound of his own voice. You see Rowena tracing arcs and lines through the air, planning staircases that move like thoughts, fluid, unpredictable, yet meaningful. One evening, as the sun sinks and the sky bruises purple and gold, the four founders gather in what will one day be the Great Hall. The walls are bare, the ceiling is just stone, but the air already feels important. We must decide how to teach them, Rowena says, her tone thoughtful. How to guide so many young minds with such different gifts. Godric leans on a rough-hewn table. Courage must be honored, he insists. In times like these, we need those who will stand and fight when others run. Rowena nods. And wisdom must be cultivated. Intelligence without direction can be as dangerous as any curse. Salazar folds his hands, his voice soft but sharp. Blood matters. Magic that runs pure is more stable, more trustworthy. We should be careful who we bring into our halls. You feel the tension like a cold draft under a door. Helga listens, eyes lowered, hands folded calmly in her lap. When she finally speaks, her voice is gentle, but it moves through the room like a spell. And what of those who are not brave, she asks, not brilliant, not pure by any measure you would use? What of the ones who work quietly, who stay when things get difficult, who choose kindness when no one is watching? Will Hogwarts have no room for them? Her question hangs there, heavy and bright. Godric shifts, clearing his throat. Of course there must be room, but how will we sort them? There are too many differences, too many kinds of magic. Rowena's eyes begin to shine with an idea. The hat, she says slowly. Godric's battered old hat. Enchanted properly, it could listen. See? Decide. One mind is limited. 4 minds, combined, could guide it. They speak of transference, of imbuing the hat with their values and intuition. You watch as each founder places a hand upon it, whispering words you cannot quite catch. When Helga's turn comes, she cradles the worn fabric like something already beloved. She does not speak for a long time. What will you give it? Rowena asks softly. Helga closes her eyes. When it looks into a child's heart, she murmurs, I want it to see more than talent. I want it to see potential for loyalty, capacity for kindness, the willingness to work, even when no one praises them. Her palm rests flat on the hat. For a moment, you feel a warmth spread through the room, like bread just out of the oven, like a blanket wrapped around cold shoulders, like a hand taking yours in the dark. That, she whispers, is the kind of magic I offer. The hat, ordinary a moment before, seems to breathe. Time shifts again. The foundations are laid, roofs are up, tapestries appear, staircases twist, windows catch the light in colors you have never seen before. Come. Your mentor's voice draws you into another corner of the memory. We've seen how she helped build the bones of Hogwarts. Now, you must see how she built its heart. You find yourself descending stone steps, cooler and cooler, until the air changes. The scent of stone is joined by something else. Warmth, spices, bread, roasting vegetables, something sweet you cannot name. The kitchens. Helga stands at the center of it all, her sleeves rolled up, wand tucked behind her ear, in a way that would make stricter witches frown. Around her, pots stir themselves. Knives dance through vegetables. Kettles hum soft tunes that sound like old lullabies from the valleys. But she is not alone. Elves move quietly through the space, small, watchful, cautious. You can feel their unease, their fear of punishment that has followed them all their lives. Helga kneels so she can meet one of them eye to eye. Her voice is so soft you almost don't hear it. You are safe here, she tells them. This castle will not be built on chains. Your work matters, and while you are in my kitchens, you will be treated with respect. An elf blinks, unable to quite believe her, but his shoulders relax, just a little. You realize then that Helga's greatest spells are not spoken in Latin or shouted in duels. They are whispered in kitchens, in hallways, beside beds where frightened first-years cry in the dark. They are woven into recipes, into blankets, into the way doors remain open. This, your mentor says, was Helga's true house before the Sorting Hat ever spoke her name. A house made of warmth and work and welcome. You see the first students arriving now, wide-eyed, nervous, clutching trunks and owls and the last threads of childhood. Some are loud and eager, some are quiet and unsure. Some look at the stone walls and think secretly, I don't belong here. From somewhere deep in the castle, the hat waits. From somewhere deeper still, Helga's magic reaches out like a hand. The brave will have a home, your mentor whispers. The clever will have a home. The ambitious will have a home. And those who feel like they are none of these will have a home too, because Helga Hufflepuff decided it must be so. You feel the truth of that settle inside you like a soft, solid weight. The candle between you has burned low again. Your body is heavier, your thoughts slower, your breathing deep and calm. Next time, your mentor says, voice fading to a comforting hush, you will see what happens when Helga's kindness meets Salazar's fear. Every light casts a shadow, but even then her magic does not break. The corridor returns. The castle's familiar sounds drift back. But you carry something new within you now, a quiet understanding of the woman who turned stone into sanctuary. You return to the quiet corridor before you even realize your feet have brought you there. It's as if Hogwarts itself has guided you back, as if the castle knows that Helga's story is not finished, and neither is your understanding of it. Your mentor is waiting again, sitting cross-legged beside the same flickering candle. Their smile is soft, approving, as you settle down. Good, they murmur. You're ready for the part of Helga's story that most wizards never learned, the part hidden between the lines of history, where kindness stands face to face with fear. The candle hums quietly, and the air shifts. The memory opens like a door you've walked through 1,000 times. You find yourself in a half-lit corridor of the early castle. Torches flicker, shadows stretch and shrink, and the murmur of distant magic vibrates faintly under your feet. Hogwarts is young, alive, growing, and somewhere deep within it, something uneasy is beginning to form. You see Helga at one end of a long stone hall, her brown and yellow gown brushing softly against the floor. She carries a basket of warm bread, her simplest gesture of welcome, and hums a tune from the Welsh valleys as she moves. At the opposite end, you see Salazar Slytherin waiting, not by accident, not by coincidence. His eyes track her as she approaches, calculating yet strangely conflicted, like a man preparing for a conversation he both desires and dreads. Helga, he says quietly. No hostility, but no softness either. Salazar, she replies, offering him a small loaf of bread as naturally as breathing. He does not take it. You feel the tension ripple through the air. Helga doesn't flinch. She simply holds the bread for a moment longer, as if giving him the chance to reconsider, then gently lowers her hand. What troubles you? She asks. She always begins here, with listening. But Salazar has not come seeking comfort. I worry for the future of this school, he says, for what it will become if we open our gates to anyone. His voice remains calm, but underneath it you sense the root of his fear. Loss of control, loss of lineage, the erosion of tradition. Helga tilts her head slightly, studying him. She does not argue. She does not bristle. She simply waits. Magic is fragile, he continues. Those born without proper lineage cannot be trusted with it. You know this. Helga's eyebrows lift, not in anger, but in something like sorrow. Salazar, she says, her voice low and warm. Children are not dangerous because of where they come from, only because of whether they are loved. Silence, deep and thick as mist. Salazar's jaw tightens. Love, he says, is not a shield strong enough to protect the future of wizard kind. Helga steps a little closer. Then teach them, she answers softly. Guide them, show them. If they are lost, give them maps. If they are afraid, give them courage. If they are hurting, give them a place to heal. She places the small loaf of bread on the nearest stone ledge, as if leaving a peace offering in the wild. You think blood decides a child's destiny, she says. I think choices do. Something flickers across Salazar's face. Irritation, conflict, perhaps even disappointment. Your softness will break this school one day, he whispers. And your fear, Helga replies gently, will break the children you turn away. Her words land like soft snowfall, quiet, but impossible to ignore. For a moment, they simply stand there. Two founders, two philosophies, two visions of the future. Neither attacks, neither raises a wand. Their conflict is far deeper than magic. It is the difference between a closed door and an open one. Salazar turns away first. When he leaves, the corridor feels colder. Helga remains where she is, standing in the pale torchlight. Her expression is thoughtful, not wounded, determined, not shaken. She picks up the loaf again, not because it was refused, but because food should never be wasted, and she walks toward the kitchens, humming softly, her steps calm and steady. The scene shifts again, this time to the great hall under construction. The ceiling is still stone, the tables unpolished, the windows empty arches against the sky. Godric and Rowena stand near a table covered in parchment, arguing softly about classroom structure and course balance. Helga enters, and instantly the mood changes. "Ah, Helga," Godric says with a relieved sigh. "Maybe you can settle this. Rowena insists every student must master theoretical magical architecture, because understanding structure safeguards them from their own spells," Rowena interrupts crisply. Helga sets the basket on the table. "Both of you," she says with a gentle smile, "are correct, but only for some children." They look at her, puzzled. "Some will thrive with challenge," Helga explains. "Others will thrive with patience. Some will seek the stars. Others will seek the earth beneath their feet." She touches one parchment, a list of core subjects. "Hogwarts must not demand the same path from every student," she says. "It must invite each one to discover their own." Godric scratches his head. Rowena leans forward, thoughtful. And you can feel Salazar's absence like a missing chord in a song. Helga continues. "We will teach courage, but not only battle courage. We will teach wisdom, but not only academic wisdom. We will teach ambition, but not only the ambition to rise above others." Her fingers rest lightly on the final parchment. "And we must teach the courage to be kind, the wisdom to listen, the ambition to build a better world, not merely conquer one." Godric smiles. Rowena nods slowly, and something in the air settles. Hogwarts shifts that day, not in stone or enchantment, but in intention. A final scene drifts in gently, like a memory that has waited centuries to be seen. A group of exhausted laborers, witches, wizards, and muggles alike, sit on crates at dusk, rubbing sore hands and aching backs. They look drained, half invisible to the grand vision around them. Helga approaches with a cauldron floating behind her, steaming with soup that smells of thyme and roasted vegetables. "Eat," she tells them softly. "You are the heartbeat of this castle." One of the workers looks at her, confused. "No one ever thanks us," he admits quietly. Helga's smile blooms, wide, warm, irresistible. "Well," she says, "someone should. For a moment, you swear the castle itself glows brighter." Your mentor's voice returns, wrapping around you like a cloak. "Helga's magic," they say, "was never about power. It was about presence, a steady light that others leaned on, even when they pretended not to need it." You feel the truth of this settle deep within your chest. "Next time," your mentor whispers, "you will see the moment the Founders' unity finally breaks, and the moment Helga chooses to stand for a future she will never see." The candle flickers. The corridor softens. Your breathing slows. You return to the corridor as if drawn by something older than memory. A pull as soft as candlelight and as steady as the heartbeat of the castle itself. The air tonight is different, quieter, heavier. A sign that you're about to witness the moment when harmony between the Founders finally fractures. Your mentor is already waiting, seated close to the candle so the flame warms their face in gold and shadow. "Tonight," they whisper, "you will see how love for a school is tested, and how Helga, with her gentleness, became stronger than even she knew. The candlelight stretches, your breathing slows, and the memory opens like a door you've been meant to walk through. The castle is nearly complete now. Corridors wind like veins carrying magic to every corner. Staircases twist with the logic of dreams, and the great hall gleams with the promise of feasts yet to come. Students have begun to arrive, small figures with wide eyes, clutching their trunks, their fears, their hopes. Hogwarts is alive. And that is precisely why the tension begins. You find yourself in a long hall, lined with tall windows. Outside, evening rains brush against the glass, trickling down in silver trails. The damp smell of storms mixes with warm candle smoke. Inside, the founders stand in a semicircle, not shouting, not yet. But you feel the storm brewing in the space between them. A trembling, invisible line stretches tight across the room. Helga is the last to arrive. Her steps are slow and steady, her hands folded in front of her. She looks at each of the others, Rowena, thoughtful and tired, Godric, restless and fiery, Salazar, still as stone, eyes unreadable. "Why have we gathered?" Helga asks softly. Rowena exchanges a troubled glance with Godric. Salazar answers first. "There are too many of them," he says. "Too many of questionable background. Too many born of muggles who do not understand our world. And never will." His voice is controlled, but beneath it you feel old wounds, old fears, the shadows of his ancestors whispering caution from darker times. Godric bristles immediately. "Magic runs in the heart," he snaps. "Not in the blood." Salazar's eyes narrow. Only someone reckless would believe that. Rowena lifts a hand. "Please," she murmurs. "We are meant to build a school, not a battlefield." But the argument has already begun to sharpen. Salazar steps forward. "I have proposed a simple safeguard. That is all. One restriction, no Muggle-born students." He speaks the words with cold precision, as if they were harmless, but they fall like weapons. Helga's breath catches, not in anger but in something deeper and harder to name. Sorrow. She takes a few steps toward him. "Salazar," she says quietly, "every child deserves a chance to learn who they are." He shakes his head. "You are naive." Helga holds his gaze. Her voice, still soft, carries a weight the others rarely hear from her. "And you are frightened." Salazar stiffens. Rowena's eyes widen. Godric lowers his hand to the hilt of his wand, though he doesn't draw it. Helga continues. "You fear what you do not control. You fear the world changing faster than you can accept. You fear that kindness looks like weakness, because it asks you to open the doors you have spent years closing." The room is silent except for the rain. Salazar's jaw clenches. His voice drops to a low hiss. "I will not have this school contaminated by those who do not deserve magic." Helga's expression changes, gently, profoundly, the way earth shifts before blooming. "No child deserves magic," she answers softly. "They receive it, and what they do with that gift depends on us." You feel the truth ripple through the stone itself. Salazar steps back, as if her words physically push him. "You would see our traditions forgotten," he spits. Helga shakes her head. "No, I would see them transformed." He freezes, transformed, as if the word itself is an unforgivable spell. Rowena tries to intervene again, speaking of balance, of compromise, of future hazards. But no one is listening. Godric and Salazar lock eyes like two storms preparing to collide. "You endanger everyone," Salazar growls. "You allow strangers into our walls, those who might turn on us one day. And you," Godric fires back, "would punish a child for the circumstances of their birth." Their voices rise. Magic sparks faintly in the air. The torches flicker wildly. The castle feels unsettled. Helga moves between them, not with force, not with magic, with presence. She stands small and round between two giants, her hands at her sides, her breathing slow and even. She looks at Godric first. Let him speak his fear. Then she turns to Salazar. Fear is not wrong, but what we build from fear, that is what matters. Salazar's face is unreadable, but something inside him fractures. A crack. A fault line. The beginning of the end. You will not change my mind, he whispers. Helga nods. I know, and I will not remain in a school that welcomes those who pollute our bloodlines. Helga's voice takes on a sadness so deep it feels like the quiet after a broken lullaby. I hoped you would stay long enough to see that love protects better than lineage. Salazar looks away. For the first time, he seems tired, worn, older than the others, not in years, but in spirit. He turns toward the door. Rowena calls out, voice trembling, eyes shining with unshed tears. Salazar, please. But he does not look back. His cloak sweeps through the air. A gust of cold wind follows him. The torches dim, the rain grows louder, and Hogwarts holds its breath. Helga closes her eyes, not to cry, not to break, to gather herself the way she gathers dough, herbs, wounded children, frightened elves. She breathes once, then again. When she opens her eyes, her smile is small but steady. We continue, she says simply. Rowena wipes her eyes. Godric lowers his head, ashamed of his anger. Helga touches each of their shoulders. Hogwarts was never meant to be perfect, she says. It was meant to be needed. The words glow in the air like an enchantment of their own. And now, she adds gently, it needs us more than ever. Your mentor's voice returns as the memory dissolves. Hogwarts did not break that day, they whisper, but something inside it changed forever. You feel the echo of that moment settle inside you, heavy, luminous, inevitable. Next time, your mentor continues, you will see the aftermath. How Helga held the school together when one of its pillars was gone, and how her legacy began to weave itself into every corner of the castle. The candle flickers. Your eyes grow heavy. Edor almost without thinking, as if your feet know the path better than your mind. Tonight, though, the castle feels gentler, not lighter, but steadier, as if it knows the part of the story you're about to hear is quieter, deeper, and carries the soft weight of healing. Your mentor sits close to the candle again, hands folded, eyes warm. Helga's strength, they whisper, was never shown in battles. It was shown in what she built after the storm. The flame steadies. Your breath slows. After Salazar Slytherin's departure, Hogwarts changed in ways no spell could fully repair. Something in the castle's foundation felt uneven, as if a long corridor were suddenly missing a supporting arch. The walls echoed differently. The staircases paused for a heartbeat before shifting direction. Students whispered a little more quietly, sensing a tension they could not name. And through it all, Helga remained, not as a warrior, not as a leader, as a hearth that refused to let the fire go out. You walk beside her now, through the early morning corridors of the castle. Outside, dawn is only beginning to brush the sky in soft blue. Inside, torches flicker sleepily, illuminating Helga's figure as she moves with gentle purpose. Her dress rustles softly with each step. Her wand rests tucked into her apron pocket, a gesture that says she could cast grand magic if she wished, but chooses a simpler path first. Her first stop is the kitchens, always the kitchens. The scent hits you the moment she enters, bread rising, butter melting, spices warming, kettles singing low notes like lullabies. House elves gather around, their eyes softer now, their backs less hunched than when they first arrived. Their fear has faded, replaced by trust. Good morning, Helga says, smiling wide enough that every elf straightens with pride. Not submission, pride. She checks on the simmering cauldron, stirs it once, whispers an enchantment that thickens the broth just slightly, the perfect consistency for tired students. Today will be heavier for some, she murmurs, so the food must be lighter. Every gesture is intentional. Every choice, a spell of care. Later, she walks through the corridors where students gather before classes. You watch as she greets a first year with trembling hands. She kneels down, her gowns pooling around her like warm earth. "Nervous?" she asks softly. The child nods, eyes glossy. Helga takes a small pastry from her pocket, a honey puff shaped like a tiny badger. "For courage," she whispers. "It's easier to learn when your stomach is happy." The child laughs, a fragile laugh, but a real one. You feel the castle respond, a faint hum, like approval. As the weeks pass, Helga's presence becomes something else, something structural. While Godric trains students in dueling, Helga teaches them to mend robes and mend friendships. While Rowena instructs them in spell theory, Helga teaches them to write owls home when homesickness aches like a bruise. While Salazar once pushed discipline through fear, Helga builds discipline through belonging. You see her create routines, safe havens, small rituals, warm spiced milk in the kitchens for students who cannot sleep. A quiet table in the corner of the Great Hall where overwhelmed students can eat in peace. A hidden alcove lined with cushions where frightened first years find comfort during their first week. A spell woven into the Hufflepuff common room that makes anyone who enters feel as if they are being gently hugged. Every small act is a stone in the foundation of something bigger than the castle itself. Helga is building a culture, a heartbeat. One evening, she sits alone in the unfinished courtyard. The moon is silver and bright above her. You feel the cold bite of winter in the air. She lights a floating candle beside her. Its glow warms her face, but does not hide the quiet worry in her eyes. Rowena approaches silently. "You're up late," she says, her voice gentle. Helga smiles without looking up. "So are you." Rowena settles beside her, robes flowing like moonlight. "I worry," Rowena admits. The students sense the tension. They sense his absence. Helga sighs. "Yes. Hogwarts feels unbalanced." Rowena studies her. "You miss him." Helga pauses. "Yes," she whispers. "But I do not miss the fear he carried." Rowena's eyes soften with sadness. "You truly believe that kindness can protect a school," she murmurs. Helga looks up, meeting her gaze with unwavering certainty. "I believe it is the only thing that ever could." And in that moment, quiet, small, unrecorded by any historian, something extraordinary passes between them. A realization. A truth. Hogwarts survives not because of the towers Godric built, not because of the intellect Rowena engraved into its walls, not because of the ambition Salazar carved into its hidden passages, but because Helga kept the doors open. She kept the fires lit. She kept the table full. She kept the frightened close. She kept the lonely seen. She held the school together, not with spells or power, but with presence. Later, you walk behind her through the great hall as she supervises the arrival of students for the evening feast. The ceiling reflects twilight, purple fading to blue. Candles drift like tiny stars. The smell of roasted vegetables and warm bread fills the air. Students from all houses are laughing, bumping shoulders, sharing stories. And then you notice something. The warmth in the room, the feeling of home, comes from the dishes on the tables, the comfortable arrangement of the benches, the soft glow of the lamps, but most of all, from the way Helga moves among the students. Unhurried, attentive, gentle as dusk settling over fields. She stops to help a new student slice a loaf. She conjures a cushion for a girl feeling sore after her first broom lesson. She whispers a spell that warms the feet of a Ravenclaw who forgot to put on socks. She is everywhere, yet never demanding attention, never asking for recognition. Her magic is the kind you notice only when it's gone. You feel the truth settle deep in your chest. Hogwarts became a sanctuary because Helga chose to make it one. Not with a grand proclamation, not with a blazing wand, but with 1,000 small kindnesses, the kind that reshape the world without anyone realizing it. Your mentor's voice returns, calm as the dying flame of the candle. "Helga Hufflepuff," they whisper, taught generations that the bravest act of all is choosing to care. You breathe deeply, feeling your whole body soften, as if part of Helga's warmth has reached through time to rest in your chest. Next time, your mentor says, voice fading to a hush, you will witness Helga's legacy, the enchanted hat, the creation of the Hufflepuff common room, and the protection she offered to creatures others ignored. The corridor fades. Your thoughts slow. Sleep gathers around you like a cloak. You return to the same quiet corridor as before, but tonight, the air feels warmer, as if the castle itself knows you're about to enter the deepest chambers of Helga's legacy, the ones woven not of stone and enchantment, but of compassion. Your mentor waits cross-legged on the floor, hands wrapped around a steaming mug that smells faintly of honey and cloves. They smile when they see you. Good, they whisper. You've come back. This part of Helga's story lives in the walls, in places most students never see. The candle is lit. The corridor softens. Your breath slows. The memory rises gently, like steam from warm bread. You find yourself descending a staircase few students ever notice. The steps curve downward, smooth from centuries of quiet footsteps. The deeper you go, the warmer the air becomes, earthy, comforting, almost sweet. Your mentor's voice murmurs beside you. To understand Helga's true legacy, you must walk through every room she touched. The first room appears like an exhale of golden light, a round chamber, walls covered in warm tones of brown and amber, lined with soft, earthy carpets and circular windows. Plants spill from enchanted pots. A fire crackles softly, never too bright, never too loud. The Hufflepuff common room. It looks exactly like comfort feels. Helga stands in the center of the room. A small group of young students huddles around her. One is crying softly. Another is clutching a broken wand. Another looks embarrassed, eyes red from homesickness. Helga kneels among them, her skirt forming a soft circle around her knees like a field blooming in the wind. You belong here, she whispers, not because of your abilities, not because of your family, but because your heart has a place in this world. She touches the floor. A golden glow spreads through the stone, weaving through the walls like vines. It settles. You feel the enchantment lock into place. Your mentor whispers, she created a spell no book ever recorded, a warmth that reaches anyone who enters the room, a subtle charm of acceptance woven into the very stones. You realize, this chamber is not warm because of fire. It is warm because of Helga. You follow her deeper into the castle. She moves through narrow corridors and hidden arches, carrying a small basket overflowing with herbs and freshly baked bread. Her footsteps echo softly. Down a side passage, Helga stops. A house elf sits alone on the floor, trembling, shoulders hunched, eyes wide with fear. You can feel their panic, sharp, thin, like a thread pulled too tight. Helga kneels slowly, placing the basket beside them. She says nothing at first. She simply rests her hand gently on the elf's back. The trembling stops. After a long silence, the elf whispers, "Most wizards don't see us." Helga's voice is soft, a lullaby disguised as speech. "I see you, and as long as I breathe, this castle will see you too." The elf lifts their eyes, hopeful, fragile, childlike. Helga offers them bread, not as a gesture, not as charity, as communion. Your mentor's voice shivers with reverence. Helga's greatest act was not founding a house. It was giving the invisible a place to exist with dignity. The memory shifts again. You stand in the great hall, but not the bustling version. This is a quiet night long before the paintings filled the walls and the banners shone with house colors. The hall is empty. Helga stands at the far end, speaking in low tones to the Sorting Hat, perched awkwardly on a chair. "Remember," she whispers to the hat, "not every heart is loud, not every gift is obvious. See deeply. Look beneath fear, look beneath silence. Find the ones who need a home." The hat twitches, alive with their combined enchantments. Rowena has given it wit. Godric has given it bravery. Salazar has given it caution. Helga steps last. Placing her hand on the brim, she breathes one gentle spell. Let no child be left without a place. The hat glows softly. The enchantment settles. You feel it, like a warm breeze brushing your cheek. Your mentor whispers, her magic made the hat compassionate. And suddenly, you understand. Sorting students into houses was never about dividing them. It was Helga's way of making sure no child was lost. That every personality, every fear, every strength, even the quietest spark, found somewhere to belong. The memory shifts once more. Night. Rain tapping softly against windows. Candles flickering low. Helga sits alone at a long wooden table in the Hufflepuff common room. In her hands rests a small golden cup. Simple, rounded, humble, but pulsing faintly with magic. A magic she crafted with care. Your mentor leans in. Helga never sought objects of power, but she created one. You watch as her fingers trace the rim of the cup. She whispers a spell, one crafted to preserve joy, nourishment, good work, the warmth of shared meals, the energy of gathering. A spell meant to safeguard comfort. The cup glows. Helga smiles, her warm, wide smile, and places the cup gently into a small, enchanted chest, unaware of the dark future awaiting it. But the moment is pure, untouched, and always will be. You feel the memory fade like extinguished candle smoke. Your mentor's voice returns, soft, reverent. Helga wove magic into every corner of Hogwarts, warmth in the kitchens, kindness in the common room, compassion in the sorting hat, protection in her cup. They pause. And yet, history remembers her least. Silence settles between you, not sad, but deeply reflective. Next time, they whisper, you will see her later years, how she watched Hogwarts grow, how she shaped generations, and how her legacy lived on long after her footsteps faded from the corridors. The candle flickers softly. Your heart slows. Your mind drifts towards stillness. You return to the corridor almost instinctively now, as if this quiet place within Hogwarts has become your own sanctuary, a doorway between waking and dreaming, between the present and the memories of a woman whose warmth built an entire school. Tonight, the air feels older, not heavier, wiser, as if the walls themselves are preparing to show you something sacred. Your mentor waits with their hands folded in their lap, eyes glowing softly in the candlelight. Tonight, they whisper, we walk into the later years of Helga's life, the years when she watched her school grow, when she shaped generation after generation, and when she began to understand that her legacy would reach beyond her own lifetime. The flame steadies. Your breathing calms. Hogwarts has matured now. The stones that once felt raw and new have settled into their places. Magic flows through the corridors with familiar rhythm, no longer wild or experimental, but steady, like a heartbeat long established. You walk beside Helga as she moves through the school in her later years. Her hair, once a soft chestnut, now carries threads of silver. Her face is fuller, rounder, marked with gentle lines from decades of laughing and smiling. Her pace is slower, but her presence fills every corridor like sunlight after rain. It is early morning. A thin mist wraps itself around the castle grounds, making everything look softened, dreamlike. Helga steps out onto the grass barefoot, allowing the dew to cool her feet. Your mentor's voice murmurs close to your ear. She greeted the morning like a friend, not as a routine. Helga closes her eyes and breathes deeply. The scent of wet earth, pine, distant smoke from the kitchens where elves begin preparing breakfast. And for a moment, you can sense the quiet conversation between her magic and the land itself. She walks along the edge of the Black Lake. A group of first years sits nearby, one of them wiping tears with the sleeve of their robe. Helga kneels beside the child. What troubles you? She asks. I miss home, the child whispers. Helga smiles softly. That means your heart is good. The child looks up, confused. It means you love deeply, and those who love deeply make wonderful witches and wizards. She conjures a fresh loaf of warm bread into the child's hands, the crust golden, the inside soft. Eat, she tells them gently. Warmth helps the heart think more clearly. The child's shoulders relax. You feel it, the way even the land acknowledges her. Grass seems greener where she steps. The breeze brushes her shoulders like an old friend. Hogwarts leans toward her, quietly grateful. Years pass in the blink of a thought. You see Helga teaching groups of young witches and wizards, not charm work or defensive spells, but unusual lessons. How to listen to silence. How to plant herbs that respond to emotion. How to read people's hearts the way others read books. How to use magic not to impress, but to protect. Her classroom is always full, not because her subject is flashy, but because her presence soothes the anxious, strengthens the timid, and awakens gentleness in those who hide it under fear. Your mentor whispers, "Other founders taught students how to use magic. Helga taught them what magic is for." Another memory rises. You stand in the great hall on a night when storm clouds press low against the enchanted ceiling. Rain hammers the windows. Thunder rolls like distant giants. Students murmur nervously as the lights flicker. A bolt of lightning strikes close. The hall shakes. Some children gasp. One cries out. And then Helga enters. Her calm settles over the hall like a blanket laid across trembling shoulders. She raises her wand, not to cast a shield, not to silence the storm, but to illuminate dozens of small, warm orbs floating low over the tables. They pulse gently, like lanterns powered by kindness itself. She speaks softly, yet every child hears. Storms always pass, but warmth stays if we choose to keep it. The children breathe easier. You feel yourself breathe easier too. Another moment emerges, older still. Helga sits alone in the Hufflepuff common room late at night, surrounded by parchment. Lists of students, notes about their strengths, letters from parents, names of those who struggled in silence. She reads each paper as if it were precious. Your mentor whispers. She carried the emotional map of Hogwarts inside her. Every fear, every hope, every fragile heart. She reaches one parchment, the name written in a small, shaky script. A child who often causes trouble, who has been caught lying, who fights with classmates. Helga traces the name with her fingertip, compassion in her eyes. Hurting children often hurt others, she murmurs. Let me find how to reach you. You can feel it. The way she refuses to give up on anyone. Not one student. Not one elf. Not one frightened child hiding in a hallway. Not even Salazar, though he is long gone. This is who she is. Her magic is not an explosion. It is a warm meal, a steady hand, a light left on in the dark. Time shifts, just a little. You see Helga older now, perhaps in her late 60s or 70s. Her steps are slower, her hair a soft silver crown, her robes flowing like warm autumn leaves. She walks through the castle with a smile that never dims. Students bow respectfully. Some hug her. Some simply lean toward her as she passes, as though her presence alone draws them closer. Godric, older and graying at the temples, meets her one evening by the corridor. He sighs. You always were the true heart of this place, Helga. She laughs softly. Oh, nonsense. You brought courage. He shakes his head. And you brought something rarer. You brought refuge. Rowena arrives, tired but graceful as always. She places a hand on Helga's shoulder. Your magic, Rowena whispers, is the kind that keeps people alive. Helga smiles, warm, honest, glowing. Then we made a school worth loving, she answers. And for a moment you see all three of them together, older, wiser, softened by time. Each one knowing that the dream they built survived because Helga's presence held the cracks together. Your mentor's voice returns, weaving gently around your thoughts. Helga did not leave great duels behind, no legendary spells, no towering monuments. A pause. she left a home. And something inside you settles into a deep understanding that her legacy is not found in books, but in warmth, in safety, in belonging, in how Hogwarts feels. Next time, your mentor murmurs, you will see the final chapter of Helga's life, the passing of her enchanted cup, and how her magic endured even after her footsteps faded. The candle flickers low. Your breathing deepens. You return to the corridor as if it has become a ritual, a gentle crossing between your world and Helga's. Tonight the air feels almost sacred, filled with a softness that makes you breathe slower, deeper, as though the castle itself is holding its breath. Your mentor sits close to the candle, their face illuminated by a warm golden glow that flickers like memory itself. Tonight, they whisper, we enter the part of Helga's story that history forgets. The passing of her legacy, the weaving of her last spells, and the gift she left for generations she would never meet. The flame steadies. Your mind quiets. The memory opens gently, not with grandeur, but with the soft hush of late evening. You find Helga in her chambers in her later years, a round room lit by dozens of floating candles whose flames glow warm, golden, steady. Her hair is silver. Her hands are soft with age, marked by countless years of helping, healing, holding. On the table before her rests the small golden cup she enchanted long ago. Your mentor's voice murmurs softly, this cup was not meant to be powerful. It was meant to preserve something fragile, joy shared at tables, warmth held in meals, the quiet magic of gathering. Helga lifts the cup carefully, almost reverently. She turns it in her hands, watching how the gold catches the candlelight. You feel something shift inside her, a calm acceptance, a quiet knowing. She whispers, everything we build must someday be passed on. The scene shifts. You see Helga walking through the Hufflepuff common room for the final time. She touches the stone walls with gentle fingers as if speaking silently to the spells woven into them. There is no sorrow in her steps, only gratitude. Students, her students, fill the room with laughter, games, whispered secrets, stolen biscuits. They don't know she is watching them for the last time in this form, but she knows. A young girl catches her eye. Professor Hufflepuff, she calls softly. Are you leaving? Helga kneels, slowly now, and rests her warm hands on the girl's shoulders. One day, she answers gently. Every teacher must trust the next generation to keep the fires burning. But how will we manage without you? The girl whispers. Helga smiles, wide, warm, the same smile she wore in every portrait that will someday line the halls. You will manage because I taught you how. Not with spells, not with charms, but with the courage to be kind when it is hardest. She places a soft kiss on the girl's forehead and rises. The room feels as if it glows. The memory shifts again. Now you follow Helga through a long corridor lit by torchlight. Rowena stands waiting halfway down, her raven-dark hair streaked with silver. Leaving? Rowena asks quietly. Helga nods. Rowena hesitates. Brilliant Rowena, sharp Rowena, and then steps forward and embraces her. I never said it enough, Rowena whispers. This castle's wisdom was shaped by you as much as by any book. Helga smiles into her shoulder. And your brilliance shaped the parts of me that needed sharpening. Beautiful, simple, honest. A friendship not always recorded, but always present. Farther down the corridor, Godric waits. He looks older, worn by battles and time. But when he sees her, his expression cracks open with tenderness. You kept us human, he says. No, Helga answers gently. I kept us whole. Godric presses something into her hand, a smooth stone etched with runes. For protection, he murmurs. Helga closes her fingers around it. And for memory, she replies. He bows his head, not to a colleague, but to a friend. The memory darkens slightly. You are now in the kitchens, the heart of Helga's magic. Elves gather around her in a circle, not because they were summoned, but because they sensed it. One elf steps forward, tears shimmering in their large eyes. "Are you going away, Mistress Helga?" Helga kneels, slowly but fully, so they are eye to eye. "I will not be here," she whispers, "but the safety I gave you stays. You are free here. You are home." The elves bow, not in servitude, but in love. One places a small silver spoon in her hand as a farewell token. Helga laughs through tears. "I will cherish it." Then comes the final moment. Helga returns to her chambers. The golden cup sits on a table bathed in candlelight. She places both hands on it and murmurs a final spell, a soft, lilting incantation, half lullaby, half blessing. The cup glows, not brightly, warmly, like a hearth fire in deep winter. She whispers, "Carry joy where I no longer walk." The spell seals. Your mentor leans closer. Helga never imagined the darkness that would one day touch this cup, but even when corrupted, her magic remained beneath the curse, a quiet warmth fighting against shadow. Helga sets the cup down. She gazes around the room, the last room she will ever enchant, and then, with a deep, peaceful breath, she closes her eyes. The candles flicker and go still, not out, still. The memory does not end in sorrow. Instead, you see what comes after. Students telling stories of her kindness, elves keeping her recipes alive, the common room glowing with her enchantments, the sorting hat still whispering her values, badgers wandering near the school grounds, appearing at moments when students need comfort, teachers passing along her lessons without realizing it, and Hogwarts itself, breathing with her warmth. Your mentor speaks softly. She did not leave behind a legend. She left behind a feeling, a pause. That is the rarest magic of all. The candle in the corridor flickers. Your chest feels warm. "Next time," your mentor murmurs gently, "we will explore how her magic endured through the ages, through whispers, traditions, and the quiet strength she gave her house." The corridor blurs. Your breathing slows. Chapter 8 ends here. When you're ready, we will continue with Chapter 9. You return to the corridor more slowly this time, not from hesitation, but from a quiet reverence that settles over your steps. The castle feels different tonight, older, wiser, as if the stones themselves are preparing to reveal what they have guarded for 1,000 years. Your mentor sits where they always do, candle glowing beside them, face soft with welcome. "Tonight," they whisper, "we walk through time itself. We will see how Helga's magic endured long after her final breath, how her warmth threaded itself into generations, into traditions, into the very heartbeat of Hogwarts." The candle brightens gently. The memory opens not in Helga's time, but long after she has gone. You stand beneath the vaulted ceiling of the great hall. It is centuries later. The torches burn brighter. The banners hang heavier. The portraits whisper stories you do not yet recognize. Students rush in through the great oak doors, hundreds of them, their robes billowing like dark waves. You feel their chatter, their anticipation, their excitement. And then, you notice something subtle. Every student who walks through the doors relaxes just slightly. A loosening of shoulders, a softening of breath. Your mentor whispers beside you, "This is her work, Helga's charm of welcome, woven into the stones so deeply no one remembers when it was cast." The scene shifts. You walk now through the Hufflepuff corridors, warm as ever, smelling faintly of baked bread and polished wood. Badger carvings watch you from the walls, their eyes kind, their paws resting on shields. Students of every shape, size, family, and personality pass by you, laughing, sharing food, holding books, helping each other pick up fallen quills. You feel it immediately. The atmosphere here is different, gentler, softer, steadier. Your mentor murmurs, "Other houses reward brilliance, courage, ambition. Hufflepuff rewards effort, loyalty, and heart." You see it everywhere. A first year crying quietly, soothed not by one friend, but by 5. A shy student invited into a circle without needing to prove anything. A group setting aside extra food, just in case someone comes in late. A tall student stooping to help a smaller one carry books. None of them realize they are living Helga's legacy. They think they are simply being themselves. But they are what she shaped them to be. The memory shifts again. You stand in the kitchens, centuries later. House elves bustle everywhere, happy, safe, chattering softly. An elf with bright eyes beams up at you. "Professor Helga took care of us," he chirps. "We take care of Hogwarts. Fair trade, yes?" He pats a cauldron fondly, as though speaking to a friend. You notice a small portrait above the hearth, a round witch with warm eyes and a wide smile. Helga. Her portrait is simple, not grand like Godric's or Rowena's, but lovingly framed in wood, carved by hands that adored her. Every elf bows to her as they pass. Your mentor whispers. She gave them a place to belong. They gave her eternal gratitude. The memory pulls you now through time again. Centuries turning like pages in a book. Students come and go. Wars come and go. Headmasters rise and fall. Darkness sweeps the world, then fades again. But Helga's presence lingers. Sometimes in small ways. A student feeling sad and seeking comfort in the Hufflepuff common room finds peace instantly. A lonely child sits by the kitchen door, and an elf arrives with cocoa before they even knock. A student bullied by others is invited by Hufflepuffs to sit with them, no questions asked. A frightened first year touches the badger carving, and the stone warms beneath their hand. And sometimes, in powerful ways. During times of war, when fear grips the castle, it is always a Hufflepuff who lights the first lantern of hope. When the houses divide, it is always a Hufflepuff who builds the first bridge back. When darkness whispers, it is always a Hufflepuff who stays behind to protect the younger students. Your mentor's voice lowers to a soft hum. Bravery can be loud. Brilliance can be sharp. Ambition can be blinding. A pause. But Helga's legacy is the kind of courage that stays. The memory shifts once more. The Battle of Hogwarts. The castle burns, walls crumble, shadows writhe. Fear thickens the air like smoke. You stand frozen in the chaos. But the memory pulls you to a specific moment. In the underground passages, where frightened students huddle in fear, a group of Hufflepuffs stands at the entrance. Not running, not hiding, guarding. A tall student whispers, "Helga would stay, so we stay." A smaller one nods, wiping tears. Helga would protect them. So we protect them. You feel something warm and ancient pulse beneath your feet. A glow along the stones. Helga's magic, the same quiet enchantments she wove centuries earlier, awakening to shield the vulnerable. Your mentor whispers, "She was gone," but her heart remained. The image dissolves. You return to the present-day Hogwarts. It is quiet, peaceful. A crescent moon hangs above the turrets. You walk through the castle until you reach a modest portrait in a side hallway. Helga Hufflepuff, smiling wide, eyes bright, hands folded gently over her apron. Students rarely stop here. History rarely lingers here, but you do. Because you now understand what so many overlook. Helga's story is not about power. It is about presence, not about greatness, but about goodness. Not about being remembered, but about leaving warmth behind. Your mentor stands beside you. "Her magic," they whisper, "was not the magic of legends." A soft pause. It was the magic that makes legends possible. You feel that truth settle deep in your heart. The candle flickers. The corridor softens into gold. "Next time," your mentor murmurs, "you will hear the final chapter, the blessing she left for the future, and the message she would whisper to every child who ever felt small in a grand world." Your eyelids grow heavy. Your breath deepens. You return to the corridor as if guided by something unseen. A gentle pull, a thread of warmth that has been woven through every chapter of Helga's story. Tonight the castle feels still, not silent, but expectant, like the pause before dawn. Your mentor sits beside the candle with a softness in their posture you haven't seen before, a reverence, a sense that what comes next is not simply memory, but blessing. Tonight, they whisper, you receive the end of Helga's story and the beginning of the part she left for you. The candle brightens, soft gold blooming like sunrise. The memory opens slowly. You find yourself not in Helga's time, nor in the centuries that followed, but in a kind of timeless space Hogwarts holds only for those who truly listen. A narrow hallway, quiet, lit by a single floating lantern that glows the exact warm shade of Helga's smile. Your mentor walks ahead of you, a little slower now, as if stepping into something sacred. Come, they murmur. There is one last place where her magic waits. You enter a small chamber hidden behind a tapestry of a grazing badger. The room is circular, quiet as breath, filled with the faint earthy scent of herbs and warm bread. A stone pedestal stands in the center. Upon it, a carved wooden box, closed. Your mentor rests a hand on the lid. You've seen Helga's work in the world, they whisper. Now you'll hear her work in the soul. They open the box. Inside lies nothing but a scroll, simple parchment tied with a faded yellow ribbon. But the moment you touch it, warmth flows through your fingertips. Not heat. Warmth, like hands that have baked countless loaves, like arms that have held frightened children, like a heart that never stopped believing in goodness. The scroll unfurls itself, and Helga's voice, gentle, round, wise, fills the chamber. If you are reading this, she begins, know that Hogwarts still breathes with hope. Her tone is soft, like the hush before a story told beside the fire. I did not build my house for the brilliant, the bold, or the destined. I built it for the ones the world overlooks, the ones who doubt themselves, who believe they are ordinary, who feel they must shout to be heard. The candle flickers. Your heart beats slower. To those children, I gave refuge, and in refuge they found their strength. She pauses, as if looking at you across centuries. If you feel small in a grand world, you are exactly the kind of person Hogwarts was built for. Your breath catches. Something in your chest opens. Magic is not brilliance. Magic is not power. Magic is what remains when all else falls away. Kindness, loyalty, patience, and love. Her voice grows softer, like she is leaning closer. The strongest spell a witch or wizard can cast is to make another feel safe. The words echo inside you. You feel yourself soften, settle, unclench. Take care of others, Helga whispers, not as a burden, as a way of weaving light into the world. She pauses again. The kind of pause a mentor takes when they want their words to land gently, deeply, and when your own days feel heavy, let your kindness return to you. The scroll glows for a moment. Then, remember, you do not need to be grand to be great. The candle flame leans toward you, as if bowing. You only need to be warm. The scroll rolls shut, but the warmth remains. Your mentor exhales softly. That, they whisper, was Helga's last enchantment. Not the cup, not the common room, not the sorting hat. This blessing. A message across time. A spell of comfort woven into the hearts of all who feel small. You feel the room fade into the corridor again. But something has changed. The warmth is inside you now, a steady, glowing ember. Your mentor places a hand over your heart. She wanted the world to know, they murmur, that gentleness is a kind of magic, and it survives longer than any battle. The candle dims, as if knowing its role is complete. Helga Hufflepuff, your mentor whispers, lives in every safe space, in every act of kindness, in every moment someone chooses care over cruelty. And now, they add softly, she lives in you too. A hush fills the corridor, a final, comforting silence. Then your mentor speaks the last line of the story. Carry her warmth, and leave light wherever you walk.